Hello, everybody, and welcome to Live at the Waterhole, where, we'll be chatting about all sorts of weird and wonderful wildlife and everything else in between on this live and interactive, Waterhole safari. My name is Taylor McCurdy, and I will be your host for the next little while, and I'm looking forward to chatting to you. Of course, I'm always happy when the regulars pop past, but I'd be even more ecstatic if we be able to grab a couple more people who have just started watching for the first time. And if you would like to have chats with me, please talk to me and ask me questions. You can comment on the YouTube chat if that's how you're watching, or you can head across to the WildEarth website and comment away in the question box. So we are at Madikwe Game Reserve, and we're at a waterhole called Jamala, where every single day it's surrounded by elephants, and we're starting with a small breeding herd, and it looks like a cow or a bull standing on the little island. The little island is my absolute favorite. I love it when the elephants go there, and even the odd buffalo. Yesterday we had a buffalo also standing on this little island. So what I'm going to do, as I do every single morning, I'm just going to sit quietly and wait for some of you to jump on board and let me know who's watching. Here we go. The journey. You said good morning, everyone. Welcome, welcome. I'm glad to see you back again. It's a Friday, and I'm sure everyone is looking forward to the weekend. Actually, is it a long weekend in South Africa? Is that today or is that tomorrow? I mean, for Monday. I don't know. I never keep track of public holidays, but I saw somebody talking about a long weekend. Nah. Gwen, who's directing today, says she doesn't think that there's any public holidays in October. You're probably right. Like I said, I have no idea. I don't even know what day of the week it is for the most part. I'm pretty good at the date. Something that's quite funny though, I'm just looking at this elephant that's on the island, and it's multicolored because it's covered itself in muddy water and also some dust. But look at its head and sort of the top part of its spine. And when it turns its head a bit to the right, it's almost invisible. Looks like camouflage with the soil just behind it. That's quite impressive. But we'll get more into that in just a little bit. It looks like a nice sunny day at Madikwe Game Reserve. Let's go check out what the weather will be at the other locations. Wow, warm throughout South Africa and Okukuyo, and quite exciting. Looks like rain is forecasted for Oldonyo and Kenya, but that camera we'll probably have a look at after 12 o'clock when the Africam cameras join us. So we'll see. Maybe we're going to get a thunderstorm, which would be quite nice. We've been waiting for rain in the other locations. We've seen it in the Timbavati and at Juma. Now we need to see it everywhere else. And like I said, that island is irresistible. And there's some of the younger elephants also popping onto it. It's always quite nice to watch them as they end up plunging into the water. Oh, there's quite a few of you that are joining. Lord Ace Frost, Patisse, Mauritia. Hi, Mauritia. And David Vickers. You've all said good morning. Hello, hello, hello. What conversations are we going to have today? Because it's my last day on Live at the Waterhole for a little while. So we need to have all of the conversations that because you're going to hopefully miss me. I don't know if you will, but that's what I'm hoping for. And a couple of little doves flying around in this area too. Joanna, you said it's that time of the day again and you're ready to relax at the Waterhole. Me too. Me too. With when the clouds sort of dissipate a bit later today, where I am, I'm going to be sitting in the sun for 30 minutes and start gradually working on my tan for summer, so that when I go back to Juma in the blazing heat, I won't be roasted and toasted. Lourdes, you're wondering where will I go once I finish here? Well, no, still just at home. I still have so much work to do for the company that I am employed by. So yeah, so constantly working. Um, but I'll just be home. But then on, I think it's Thursday, I'll be heading back to Juma, and then I'll be on the live safari show for how long will I be there for? Just a week or so. I have not had a, I don't know if I can call it a holiday since June. I am looking forward to having a break at some point. This is where I think it would be nice to be an elephant. I think it must be relaxing, maybe a bit stressful at this time of the year with there not being great food availability. And that can be a bit on the stressful time. But other than that, yeah, I think it would be a lot of fun. I could just eat all day. Oh my goodness! And Jarrett, who's also in the Mission Control studio with Gwyn, has said that the last time he was on holiday was in January. Jared, but do you get weekends off? Because I feel like I don't get weekends off anymore, which makes it a little bit tougher. Of course, there's no slave driving at WildEarth. Don't panic. Everybody does get days off, but our schedule is slightly different. It varies quite a bit, So some days you might have a Monday off, which is rather relaxing, but also a bit frustrating because everyone else is working, so you can't see people. But I choose to do this. It's my own punishment. I'll hopefully take some days off in December.
Are you an Africam enthusiast who craves more than just a front row seat to the wild? With Africam Premium, you get to enjoy ad-free Africam streams. Take jaw-dropping shots and participate in exciting photo competitions. Dive into the world of safari snaps. Africam Premium gives you access to exclusive content, including shows, educational courses, and behind-the-scenes footage that you won't find anywhere else. Join us today and make the wild your playground.
Now everybody's on the island. Oh, watch this little elephant. It's quite deep there. If it does, so that little elephant on the right, not the one on the left that was shaking its head. But yesterday, if you were watching live at the Waterhole, we had a couple of little elephants plunging down into the depths of the water, which I don't think they expected at all. And the elephant just having a scratch on its ear, and one at the back having a pool party now. Nice and early. For a change to see that happening. So I was reading a study. I'm just trying to find it. And I think I'm going to read it to you as well. Where is it? Just because it's so fascinating. So instead of trying to summarize it, I'll just go through, I will summarize it for you. But my, I don't know what's wrong with me at the moment. I can't remember anything. I'll read something and then I'll go, wait, what was it about again? Anyways, the title of this paper is "How Did Elephants Evolve Such a Large Brain?" And we're gonna let's go into that right now. So I'm just kind of going to start at the top of this article and then just talk about what the science or what the scientists have kind of discovered and what they have suggested to be the answer as to why elephants have such large brains. To be honest, I haven't read this before, and I think it's quite fascinating. So, we obviously love elephants, right? Most people will say that elephants are their favorite animal, and I think it's because, well, at least for me, they're the easiest animal to connect with because they do have such a large brain. Well, at least modern elephants have such large brains, so they show similar emotions if we anthropomorphize, so we apply human qualities to animals, and you kind of watch, and the youngsters behave the same way as kids would in terms of playing, throwing tantrums, all of those behaviors and in between. And the fact that they mourn the death of their own species, they seem to show respect around other carcasses too. I think they're very curious creatures. And then the other thing is that, of course, they have got or they've got the ability to retain information. And we speak about this regularly, whether it's migratory routes, where you can find great water during droughts, or sufficient uh, grazing and browsing opportunities. So, highly intelligent creatures. So, elephants, of course, originated in Africa, and among their some of their descendants were mammoths, but mammoths sort of spread a bit further north to more cold climate environments, and obviously had the long fur to be able to adapt with that. And just quickly, let's go into how big an elephant's brain is right now. So it weighs roughly about 5 kilograms, whereas the average human brain weighs 1.4 kilograms. So quite a big difference, but in relation to the elephant size versus human size, it's probably you know normal. Can you imagine if we had 5 kilogram brains? Can you imagine how much we would actually know? Um, I suppose that just depends on what parts of the brain are more developed. So there is another study we'll go into a little bit later, and I'm sure this is kind of common knowledge, but large brains are associated with highly intelligent animals. Okay. Right. So, can you believe that there were over 300 species of elephants that were described? Um, millions and millions of years ago, which is impressive. And if you actually Google uh, ancient elephants, it's fascinating. You can see how they've changed over time, and in fact, some of the early elephants are terrifying. Um, I would have run for my life if I kind of saw them. Okay, now let's go into it basically. So, what scientists are suggesting is that climate change is one of the biggest factors that has helped evolve and increase the size of elephants' brain. Because, like I said, prehistoric elephants didn't necessarily have large brains. And of course, this is also going to be influenced by invasion of competitors and also predators. So that would have contributed to the reshaping of ancient elephants' brains. Okay, then they start talking about the sort of the biggest increase in brain size, and that happened approximately 26 to 20 million years ago. So that's a very long time ago, and yeah, goodness, I can't even comprehend that many years ago. It's very difficult for my simple brain to do so. So that's interesting. And then I'm just going a little bit further down. So here they talk about as well with Antarctica was completely frozen about 26 million years ago, which caused a global aridification of the climate. So Africa's dense rainforests turned into savannas and deserts. With that, and then also animals again influencing that, because animals, of course, helped shape these environments by browsing and grazing. And then there was another change in the climate about 20 million years ago, which reverted to a warmer and wetter African environment. And now we go a bit further down. I hope I'm not boring all of you reading this article. Okay, and then okay, here they talk about 20 million years ago, Africa was an isolated continent, and because of the dramatic instability, um, that's with climate, then this is basically when the appearance of the land bridge formed between Asia and Africa. Hmm. So that is fascinating, right? I'm just going down to body and brain size now. This is a subheading. I'm just having a quick read over it. Melinda, you have commented and said that you enjoy my lives and you're watching from Nelspruit, local South African. Well, I'm glad that you're enjoying them. I'm trying something different today. Now I've lost the article. Just because we've discussed so much before, and I obviously try and learn something new every single day. And I started reading some of these articles last night, but then I fell asleep. So I thought, oh, well, we can just read them together. Um, so here they also talk about elephants were also helped by the fact that they became so big. Being large opens up a whole new world of advantages. It deters predators, and when food resources and water are scarce, a large body can store more fat and water, and a larger gut can digest food more efficiently, right? Except for the fact that elephants don't digest their food particularly well. They don't absorb most of the nutrients, and that's why they have to consume so much matter every single day. So then they go on to say that they found that brain size co-evolved tightly with body size in the elephantine lineage. And this suggests that evolution of a big body is not completely independent from a large brain. The elephant's large brain is likely evolved not from behavioral flexibility, but also hand in hand with their large body. Mm. And then there's a new study that's being done, which kind of contradicts this a little bit. But again, as as science progresses and as technology advances, you'll start. I suppose we start to see some contradictions, but it's obviously just technology and the advancement of it is just opening up more doors to be more accurate, and it will continuously change. So another thing that they say could affect brain size is gestation link. So more time in the womb equals a bigger brain, which is fascinating. And hopefully we're going to find some giraffe, and then we can talk about that, because the giraffes study that I was reading about brain size was so interesting, and that's very recent information that's come out. I'm so excited over the next couple of years to continuously just learn about elephants, and hopefully get to understand them a little bit better.
Wild babies, little bits of heaven sent down to earth to stumble and tumble their way into our hearts. Join us as we celebrate and find as many wild babies as we can on Safari Live. Vote for who you think is the most adorable. Prepare your hearts for a cuteness overload. WildEarth, it's in your nature.
The journey, you've said that you know all about uh, larger bodies storing more fat and water. I completely agree. Isn't it the most frustrating thing ever? And at least us voluptuous individuals won't freeze to death. Well, hopefully, we do better in cold environments. Look at that little elephant on the left. What are you investigating? The log, the rock? They constantly just have to touch things, feel different textures and smells. Lord Ace, a great question from you. You have asked, is it true that elephants have been observed using tools such as branches and leaves to scratch themselves and swat at insects? Absolutely. We might even see that behavior today. We'll see because they get quite itchy. So they use the rocks. You can see how the rocks where the little elephant is, they're covered in mud, and that's from animals rubbing up against them. Um, so they're fascinating. You know what I particularly enjoy is their like the variety of ways that they will obtain food. Oh, there we go. There you can see an elephant using the rock to scratch its bottom. Also, I doubt I'd be able to pick up that rock. And look how that little elephant is actually moving it around. So not necessarily something that we're going to see around here because they don't, well, there's no food for them to graze and browse right along this water hole. Um, so we might have to, maybe we'll see that at one of the other locations, maybe especially in the Sabi Sand or the Tambavati. So if we go to one of those cameras, if the elephants that come down, we'll definitely be able to see that. But of course, the modification of the incisors to not be used as traditional teeth and instead to assist them with again with feeding. They might snap branches with them and then using their tusks to loosen soil, and then a combination of their trunk and feet will help them dig for water. Look at the elephant on the right hand side that's literally not doing anything. It's just very still in the water. We typically see them splashing about. I don't think I've really ever seen an elephant sitting so still, but that's a lovely spot to sit. And don't worry, it's not stuck. It's just enjoying itself. So Justin, yeah, it's obviously been suggested that elephants mourn their death, and I have actually seen it before. It was unbelievable, and I've only ever seen it once, but there have been many recordings of this. But there was an elephant cow that gave birth to a calf, but sadly it was a stillborn, and you could see that the feet weren't even developed properly. It was tiny little elephant, so it might have been aborted, and so very very sad. And you could clearly see how distressed this cow was. The rest of the herd eventually moved off, but she stayed by the calf's side, and she was trying to help it stand up, and eventually she stopped, realizing that it was unfortunately not alive. And then the thing that she did next was she pulled it off of the road, just off the track, and she started covering it with dirt and leaves. And I mean, that's kind of suggesting that she's trying to bury it or maybe hide the scent so that, yeah, I don't know, that predators wouldn't come around. I'm inclined to think that, yeah, it's, more of trying to bury the youngster. And again, there's been a lot of sightings that kind of support that. So it's just it's truly fascinating. One of the myths, though, again, we speak about it quite often, um, is elephant graveyards. That's a myth. Elephants don't all go to die in one place. It's quite sad how elephants for the most part die. Obviously they're long living animals, um, but they with their teeth wearing down after a period of time, and that age of elephants is going to vary depending on the environments that they're in. If they're in swamps and places where there's more lush vegetation, they're definitely going to live a bit longer. But where it's quite harsh, an environment like this, it doesn't get rain at all through the winter, which is the dry season. Not in all parts of South Africa, but this area in South Africa, it's going to take its toll on the teeth, and they're going to wear down at a much quicker rate. So when that happens, and the teeth aren't doing the grinding job, those molars are not working as they should, they'll eventually start to move towards riverbeds, swamp environments, or wetland environments. and or even just drainage lines where there's typically some vegetation, and especially if they go into sort of swamps or wetlands, you'll get all that aquatic vegetation, which is mostly made up of grasses, and that's quite easy on the teeth, less harsh. But they eventually aren't able to meet their the minimum, nutrient or even just their food intake on a daily basis. So they start to lose condition. So essentially, they're dying of malnutrition. You'll see them; they just get thinner and thinner, and sadly, they then pass away. I wouldn't say it's not it doesn't happen over a very quick period of time. It takes a long time. And where I've seen this is um, where was it? Oh, actually in Kenya, sorry, in the Masai Mara, down quite close to the Serengeti border. There's the oldest cow, and she's probably the biggest cow I've ever seen in my life. And she was just lingering around. She didn't really have anyone else around her, but I've seen her a couple of times, and then she would associate, and there'd be herds that would pass by, and they would spend a bit of time with her, but then off they go. I don't know if it was necessarily her family group that she most likely would have once led as the matriarch, but it was just so sad to, of course, see. But this is all part of nature. Nothing lives forever. But we're going to change up the scenery now. Let's head over to Okokuyo in Namibia. Aha, just as I suspected, the springbuck dominating at this waterhole. Oh, there's quite a few oryx today, or gemsbok. We haven't really been seeing big herds of them coming through. Maybe we can take a closer look at the oryx. There we go. That's a nice look at all of these species of animals. Looks like there was some zebra that already had a drink, and there's a herd of wildebeest lurking in the background. So fingers crossed they keep making their way here. Oh, look at the young gemsbok. Look at them. That's so cute. I don't know if I've seen one yet. I wouldn't even be able to tell you how old that gemsbok is. Oh, what's going on there? That individual has its tail raised. Maybe it was using the luxury facilities. And a black-headed heron also just moving behind. I think it's a black-headed heron, just moving behind the gemsbok. That's so sweet. There's two. There's one, quite a young individual, but with a fair amount of horn growth. But because oryx's horns are, exceptional at length, um, they will grow quite quickly when we look at in relation to, I suppose, their size. And then there's a sub-adult as well. So funny. I wonder why we haven't been seeing a lot of the youngsters. For anybody that has spent a lot of time with oryx, and maybe you have seen lots of youngsters, how old would you think those two oryx just at the back would be? I'm inclined to say the one on the left is a couple of maybe closer to a year. Or I don't actually know. No, I'm completely guessing. Yeah, I have absolutely no idea. I'm going to Google. Stand by. If you don't know what stand by means, it means just please wait a second and I'll be back with you shortly. My goodness, I just so like I said, I Googled very quickly because I have no idea and I don't want to tell you stories, but I like to try and guess. So I was wrong. That I don't think that that calf is uh, anywhere near a year, much younger. So it looks like at about 20 days old, they've got these tiny little protrusions, like little horns sticking out. And then by almost 2 months old, those horns have almost doubled in size. And then just over 3 months, the horns again have doubled in size. They're quite long. I'm just trying to put it into relation, probably longer than the length of a ruler. And yeah, so maybe that calf that we saw, it's sort of just walking away now. Perhaps it's between 3 and 4 months. What do you guys think? Interesting. So fascinating. But obviously I can use the internet as a tool, and there would have been somebody that, puts up images of the growth rate of young animals in general, right? We always have those guidelines. But the best way to do it is obviously to see them develop in real life for yourself. Well, you've asked if I think you've said, is the tree line getting closer? I wish trees migrated. Wouldn't that be amazing? If that could have happened. No, so I think what's actually happened here is we've just zoomed in, and so it's creating like an optical illusion that the tree line is in fact closer than what it is, but that's not the case at all.
Why, hello there! What's up, friends? I wanted to be the first to tell you that I'm taking a break from driving my Fortuner around the concrete jungle that is Johannesburg and actually going back on another safari. So we are heading down to Sabi, to Djuma, to spend a couple of days there with the team from WildEarth and, of course, Mr. James Henry. Join us virtually. We would love to share what we see, and I can't promise that I know everything, but luckily that's why James is there. Anyways, we'll see you there.
I love that the springbuck go for swims. It's so fascinating. Stacey, you're wondering if I think that the lifespan of animals is due to their diet. Maybe, I potentially. I think we have to go back to what we read about with, well, with elephants, for example. One of the other factors I think I forgot to mention it is animals with larger brains typically also live a lot longer. Um, I think it might not determine animals' age like kind of precisely, but it definitely influences it. Like I said with elephants, not all elephants are going to live to the same age. Um, and that is because of diet is one of the big things, and I'm also sure just environments um, too. So I'm not actually sure. I suppose we'd have to dissect it and go through every different animal and their diet. Because I mean, if we look at, like, for example, springbuck and the oryx and zebras and that type of thing, they don't necessarily live for a very long time. Zebras live for a decent amount of time, um, but still not exceptional ages. I mean, we look at rhinos, we look at elephants, of course, even giraffe live for all decent, but not too much longer than necessarily something like zebra. And who else lives for a fairly long time? There's a whole bunch of different things. Um, Buffalo also live for a decent amount of time. So yeah, so potentially that could have something to do with it. And then Lord Ace, I see that you've said some plant species may benefit from browsing and seed dispersal activities because oryx consume various types of vegetation, and their feces act as a source of fertilizer for some plants. You're 100% right. And we can apply that to many different animal species. Actually, in fact, all of the animals and all the mammals that we're looking at right now are going to be hugely responsible for seed dispersal. And with dung already having gone through a digestive process and being broken down, rain will definitely help return a lot of the nutrients back into the soil rather than leaves having to decompose over a longer period of time. Eventually they'll break down, but that might also, you might have other arthropod species that could potentially will be a part of turning those leaves back into um, kind of like a fertilizer that will help speed up the process. Gosh, and then the adaptations of plants to be able to help that. Obviously, some seeds have got these little hooks on them which stick to the fur of animals. Some of them have got um, adaptations that will almost like winged pods and that type of thing that will help them if they get caught by the wind and travel further distances. So there's a number of different things. Birds as well. Birds are quite responsible. But there are some plants that the seeds cannot actually germinate until they've passed through the digestive tract of an animal. Marula seeds are one of them. And then also, and just off the top of my head, torchwood seeds from the Balanites trees. Then, oh, Just trying to find a question. Oh, it was from Justin Wright. You were wondering if there are any symbiotic relationships with oryx. So, sorry, I was just trying to find the question again. I there was a story and maybe an image that kind of surfaced on social media, and it caused not caused the stir, um, but I suppose a lot of the headlines were misleading. But the picture was of an oryx covered in spider webs. It almost looked like cobwebs, if you will, all over its face, and then in between its horns, right to the tip. Yeah, so again, popped it into Google, and that's quite interesting. So it's unlikely that the spider is going to have a symbiotic relationship. I don't know if it intentionally built a web like that, but rather the hemspook moving through some vegetation and walking straight through a spider web, and then the spider took an advantage of that situation. Um, but it hasn't been recorded happening repeatedly, so it's kind of a coincidence. If the web was bothering the oryx, it could have quite easily just wiped it off on a bush of some kind. We do see a lot of the antelope and gazelle species horning vegetation, so it's quite easy that a web could have gotten tangled. And perhaps the spider was just like, I'm actually not going to get out of here. This is quite a nice place to live. And if you think about the amount of flies that hang around these animal species, especially around their eyes, I suppose it's inevitable. Some prey species will get stuck in there, but there's no real scientific research that that supports that. So I personally think it was just a coincidence. And then a lot of animals within their gut, in their digestive system, will have some kind of symbiotic relationship with a microorganism or a bacteria. I can't think of any off the top of my head, but well, in terms of, I don't know that much about biology and microorganisms, and or even just like parasites in the gut. But we start looking at some of the more iconic animals, like hippos is a good example. They have a parasite that is associated with their eyes, and that parasite only affects or lives within hippos. And then they also have another parasite that lives literally in the rectum of a hippopotamus. So even though we don't know much, or we don't necessarily see it, it doesn't mean that there aren't any symbiotic relationships that are going on. But Justin, I'll have to do a bit more research about that and see if I can find any papers with specifically, because I can't think of any big mammal species other than potentially birds. So areas that have oxpeckers, absolutely, they would be a symbiotic relationship. Those are sort of the more common ones. But yeah, I haven't quite thought of something. But maybe if you know of something else, just share it. It's always nice to learn more and hear other people's opinions. Yeah, exactly. So I think the most obvious symbiotic relationship with most animals, like I said, where oxpeckers are present, that will be the noticeable one. And then the journey, you said, I reckon Gemsbok are the most beautiful, or the most handsome, sorry, of all the antelope species. They're truly regal looking animals. There are a lot of people that will agree with you. I also really like kudu. And last year, I had a brief sighting of lesser kudu in Ruaha National Park in Tanzania, and they are beautiful. Those vertical stripes that they have over their bodies, there are more of them densely packed together, and they're smaller, and their horns look like they had a tighter twist to them. Beautiful creatures. But you don't get to see them very often, unfortunately, and quite shy. But again, Ruaha National Park is so big And with kudus typically being shy by nature, they obviously just haven't habituated very well, and the small populations of them. But I was happy enough to see them crossing a riverbed. I have a really terrible photo of one because it was also just as the sun was setting.
It's time to tap into your owl-like wisdom and elephant-like memory. Gear up for a month of Animal Quizmania this November. Teams will pit against each other every Saturday for some good old-fashioned interactive fun on The Sunset Show. To enter, form a team of at least 2 people, fill out the form on our website, and name your team. Come along and put yourself and your challenges to the test. WildEarth, bringing the fun to the safari.
And as the springbok will move away, the wildebeest, no, there's a zebra. Where did the wildebeest go? How did they just disappear? Did they go back into the tree line? That's ridiculous. I was hoping that they would come down and have a drink. but maybe not. Maybe not. Marinda, you said that your boyfriend loves this show and it's his birthday today. Happy birthday, dear Walt. Uh, Marinda, you've also mentioned that his favorite animals are hyenas. Maybe we'll get lucky. Haven't seen hyenas in ages. The last time I actually saw one on one of the cameras was quite a while ago. I think it was the end of August at the Old Donyo camera, which is in Kenya, which was a nice surprise during the middle of the day. Unfortunately, a hyena was injured, though. It was an individual that's been seen for quite some time. But maybe, because it's Javolt's birthday, we'll be fortunate enough to see one. I wonder if there's anything else happening at any of the cameras. This is looking a bit on the dry side now, although Okokuyo is very dry all the time. So let's head back over to Jamala because there are some elephants there, and maybe we'll just be patient and see if anything else comes on down to the water. Wonderful. Can we also put the ambience up just a little bit? Because I can't really hear much at the moment. It's still very soft. I don't know if anyone else has trouble hearing the audio sometimes from these cameras. I'm obviously restricted. I can only turn the volume up so much on my computer. And hear some people talking, and I hear very faintly a couple of birds in the background. I suppose the test will come. If we hear the elephant splashing, then we know it's good, because yesterday we definitely heard the ellie splashing around. Two lonely zebra making their way down to the water's edge. Oh no, three. Never mind. There's an entire herd on their way down. What could also be interesting to watch is a disagreement about, amongst the zebra and the herd. That's always fun to watch, especially here because they kick up a lot of dust, which makes it look more dramatic. Rachel, you've just joined. You've said hi from Australia. Hi, Rachel. Thank you for joining us. And elephants are your favorite. Mine too. A lot of us absolutely love elephants. Yay! Are those warthogs? I love watching the warthogs. Let me have a closer view on uh, of them. Did you see that sow on the? Oh, I think it's a sow on the left. Kind of encourage that warthog to go away. I've never seen them do that. Looks like how many youngsters there? One, two, three youngsters. Or is there a fourth one squeezed in between? Might be. Stretching out to get the water. Come on, go in. Go have a wallow. So those younger pigs with the two adults will most likely be all not quite a year old, but just shy of that. Joanna, you've asked why they eat on their knees rather than or while but they can drink normally, so they're actually more on their ankle bones. That joint, we often confuse it for being knees, but that's also okay. If you tell people and you're having a normal conversation and you say, why do warthogs go down onto their ankles to eat, they'll think you're crazy. So it's okay to say that, of course. But if you wanted to be technical, you can talk about their ankles. So they some of them are obviously when they go down like that, they can reach a lower level, which will make it easier. But they will adapt. If they go right into the water to have a drink, that's also fine. Then they don't need to drop down lower. But for them to eat effectively, especially when the grass is quite short and it's cropped, and they going for more of the roots, then it's more efficient to go down onto their ankles like that and then use their hard snouts to scrape along the ground. They aren't able to do that while they're standing up. That's why the pigs moved off. A young elephant bull coming in. I mean, you could have drank anywhere. Why did you need to chase them? Just because yesterday we had a great discussion about just young elephants throwing their weight around. The wildebeest. Hello. Just one lone wildebeest. It's more than likely to be a bull, as they typically spend time on their own. They'll have a territory, so an area that they will defend, and then they wait for the breeding herds to come through, and then hopefully he'll try and keep them there for as long as possible. Gosh, the pigs don't know which way to go. They're changing direction again. Maybe they'll be brave enough and they'll go around the elephants to their favorite wallowing spot, which is just in the left-hand corner. More and more elephants are gathering. The journey, you said that you recently saw a clip of an elephant cow going crazy on a zebra by trampling it to death at a waterhole. And you're wondering if this is something that happens often. So, goodness, you hear a lot about this. I can't say that I've ever witnessed, like personally, elephants killing another animal. But most likely, what I suppose it could have been one of two situations: misplaced aggression. So we talk about that quite often, where an animal would have encountered a scenario that upset it, agitated it, made it super angry, whichever version of that you want to use, and then they take their frustrations out on the next animal or vehicle or people or whatever, or trees, um, that they kind of come across, just to kind of get rid of that anger. So that could have been the case. And then the other thing that it could have been is I don't know how small the water hole was. Again, depending on what season it was it really dry and arid and there's not much water available? So that could affect it. Something that I did see, which was quite strange, was actually a Kariga game reserve, and it involves white rhinos and buffalo. So one of the open plains down towards the Bushman's River was a group of rhinos, and they were kind of just doing their thing. And there was a big bull around some cows, and there was quite a large herd of buffalo too. And this one buffalo bull just kept walking in the direction of the rhinos and kind of didn't stop. And the big rhino bull came out and they bashed heads, which was fascinating. And eventually the rhino hit the buffalo so hard that it moved away. It survived. But that was quite interesting. And then in the same breath, I've had amazing experiences with buffalo and rhino, again with a rhino bull, chasing around some buffalo, but more in a playful manner rather than it being aggressive. So, again, animals playing is so important. Uh, for a long time, the science community would laugh at the fact that people even suggested that animals would play. There always had to be a reason kind of behind it, but that theory is really starting to change. And then there were some famous uh, videos and actually no, I think there were images of a elephant cow that retaliated against a buffalo bull that was giving her calf some grief, and she actually lifted it up into the air and tossed it. I don't know if the buffalo died afterwards, but that wouldn't. Yeah, I actually don't know what happened afterwards. There we go, all rolling around. Gabby Lee, you said that you think animals are better at playing than humans. I suppose. Yes. Is it? I wonder also. It's because we don't see it all the time. So it's more entertaining. I mean, kids play pretty well, and they both, can roughhouse, but elephant, well, a lot of animals, and of course children, where they kind of don't know when to stop. Look at all the young elephants copying the cow on the right-hand side. How they've all gone over to that log to have a scratch. You're all having a bit of a scratch now. Let's just see how these fallen trees have completely lost their texture. They become so smooth from the constant polishing of animals rubbing against them. And then look how clever that elephant cow is. She's found a smaller branch on that dead tree, and she's actually trying to wedge it between her tusk and her trunk. I can't imagine how itchy it must get around the folds of skin, and it's quite difficult to get in there. But that was smart of her. Lord Ace Frost, you said seeing this makes you want to be in the bush again. Camping for a week or two seems like heaven. I know, right? Unfortunately, as you kind of suggested, safaris are a really expensive holiday. Even though camping is more affordable, the cost of flights just to get to parts of Africa can be, well, a huge expense. And then if you're wanting to camp too, you're obviously going to need a vehicle and all the camping equipment, and it's unlikely that you're going to travel that with you from the furthest corners of the continent. So yeah, it does all start to add up after a bit of time. The great thing, though, that a lot of people will have is the the advantage of the exchange rate, with the rand being, well, not so strong. So that can, of course, work in your favor. Oh, Rosalind, you've just joined. You've said hello, everyone. Hi, welcome back. It's nice to see you again.
This Spooktober is all about scales. In honor of Reptile Awareness Day, WildEarth is hosting a fireside chat with James Henry and reptile expert Chris Cook.
You are at risk of being bitten by.
Come along as we talk all things reptiles and learn more about the scaly soldiers of the safari. Don't miss out. Watch it live on your nearest device. WildEarth. It's in your nature.
Right. Am I unmuted? Yes, I am unmuted. Justin, you said Rolf brought up a really interesting topic about animal population control, and someone in the chat mentioned wildlife corridors as a solution. And you're wondering if I could share my thoughts on it. Absolutely, I could. So, seeing as though we're at Madikwe, there are plans in place, and this has been uh, an idea for a very long time is to actually join Pilansberg National Park and try and make a corridor all the way to Madikwe Game Reserve, which would allow natural movements of wildlife. Of course, it would probably be still restricted. I'm not sure if they'd put it a complete fence line up because there are cities and towns and small communities and settlements in between. And you can only imagine the havoc that that would cause then. Well, right, people would be upset because, again, you get the whole thing of predators attacking. Domestic animals of some kind, and then, for example, elephants and other mammals crop raiding, which causes a lot of unrest, as we all know. That's one of the reasons why wildlife areas have been so successful in South Africa, but also the fact that there isn't as much, dare I say, human wildlife conflict, is because we've put fences up where nature reserves are on the boundary of communities. So yeah, that's one of the reasons. So that's a big one. But my favorite uh, story is actually, and I have spoken about this before, but I keep wanting to bring it up because I want to spread awareness. So basically between Tanzania and Mozambique. So the northern parts of Mozambique and this most southern tip of Tanzania. So some of you might remember one of the oldest game reserves in Africa, which was known as Sulu Game Reserve. That's in the southern parts of Tanzania, but that's actually called now Nyerere National Park. And then you go to the northern parts of Mozambique, and there's this wilderness area called Nyasa. It's heavily poached. There's a lot of hunting that goes on, but there's conservation efforts now to try and open up that wildlife corridor again to, I suppose, maybe try suspend hunting, or at least make hunting more regulated in those parts of Nyasa, and try and get poaching under control, which is well, we know how difficult that is. So to be able to open up that corridor, it could potentially eventually lead to animals being able to naturally migrate from southern Africa through East Africa and heading back towards West Africa to Angola. And that was one of the largest elephant migrations that happened, was from West Africa, from Angola specifically, all the way to Mozambique, and then the animals can move freely because obviously there's already a connection between South Africa and Mozambique, which goes to, what's it, Gorongosa National Park. And then, of course, you've got parts of South Africa not too far from here, but a little bit further to the east, that are open to Botswana and Zimbabwe. So that's exciting. And then through that, like if you just go into Namibia, eventually you can access Zambia as well through the Caprivi Strip section. So you can see how, with all these national parks forming what we call transfrontier uh, national parks, which is obviously national parks that, well, what is wrong with me? Again, I can't find my words. It drives me insane. That essentially sort of go across the different countries. So yeah, so that's kind of the way forward. So South Africa and a lot of other countries are trying to be quite progressive about it. But again, Angola's still got a long way to come. You know, the civil war ended not too long ago. They're trying to clear up all the mines, but once I suppose that has happened, and they get poaching under control in that area too, then the animals will naturally move back into those spaces. So yeah, I'm quite excited. Again, Central Africa is also being worked on. One of my favorite stories is obviously Central African Republic, where a conservation organization known as African Parks has gone in and taken over the management of that. And then again, North Africa, you've got Chad, where again the same conservation organization is doing the thing again. So I think, I don't know, I'm just throwing out a statistic here. Maybe in the next 25 to 40 years or so, we'll see more and more natural corridors. But I don't really know. I'm just kind of guessing. But, anyways, it's after 12 and we're able to add more cameras to the list. And so, welcome aboard, Africams. Right, we're at my favorite camera, which is Old Donyo in basically sandwiched between Amboseli and Tsavo National Park. So this is good. We've got the zebra, the Grant's zebra, which is a subspecies of the Burchell / plain zebra, depending on which one you know it as. But again, they're common names, so I would accept both of them. But anyways, so you'll notice that they don't have the shadow stripe like the zebra in South Africa do. And just having a drink. This waterhole still hasn't filled up. I wonder what's going on. So for the last couple of days that we visited Oldonyo, there's really just water that's trickling out of the pipe and not filling up. You know, something that could also be happening with the lack of rain in these areas is that the groundwater could be drying up too. Again, I don't know, but it's a possibility. Or there's some damage maybe that's done to the pump and it's not pumping water effectively. Oh, apparently it was much fuller this earlier today, with evaporation to the water, and as the the temperatures don't change too much in Kenya because of the location of the country being so close to the equator. So for the most part, you know, not the weather, but the temperature is similar all year round. So evaporation could definitely be affecting the rate of water and how it's dropping, and then all the animals. So maybe it's just not, maybe there was an issue of some kind with the pump and now they've got it working, but to try and get it to the point where it's full, perhaps it's also struggling. We have great interactions with zebra around this waterhole. Not yesterday, was it the day before? I think it might have been the day before we had zebras kicking and biting one another. Everyone looks quite peaceful for the moment. But that can change in a hot second. As soon as my shift is over, I'm just letting you all know I'm 100% getting into the swimming pool, where you will find me for the rest of the day. I'll be like the elephants that we were watching at Jamala. We'll keep our eye on the Oldonyo camera for any agamas and more animals that come around. Let's go to my second favorite camera, which is back in Madikwe, but just further north in the reserve. There we go. Lots and lots of animals, waterbuck, an elephant bull. You can see a couple of bird species, blacksmith lapwings. Looks like there's a spurwing goose too, and a warthog or two warthogs. So this will be nice to see. I'm going to keep an eye out for some of my favorite bird species too. Let's have a closer look. Let's watch this warthog. We had a brief look at them yesterday. We were coming into the water, but this is such a great environment. I would just live around this waterhole. I wouldn't go anywhere. But as you know, the cameras do have a bit of a delay. So because of the delay, we're gonna basically get to the water, the elephant first. We'll have a brief look at it, and then we'll move over to the warthog. There we go. Elephant sticking its trunk deep into the water, almost like it's trying to loosen up some of the mud to toss over itself. Do you see how it's twisting its trunk? It's smelling something that's behind it. Hello, warthog and blacksmith lapwing. I was so hoping that we'd get a crocodile catching something at this waterhole with us spending so much time here, but we've not been lucky. There we go. Now you can see that's much better vegetation to be feeding on. But look at how this warthog has lost condition. You see that? You can see its spine sticking out, and then also around its hips, it looks like it has lost quite a bit of condition. This could be for a number of different reasons. Maybe it's just a particularly old individual. Maybe it has a disease of some kind. Tuberculosis could be a factor. Tuberculosis affects a lot of different animals. I'm just not sure if it's present in Madikwe. And the warthog at the back also having a scratch, just like the elephants. Stacy, you've asked, how do I feel about living with these animals so close to me? Gosh, it's a tricky answer, and I suppose it's a little bit on the controversial side, but this is just my feelings and my personal opinions. So where I live in a small town, for those of you that have heard this, sorry, called Hoedspruit, which is the safari hub of South Africa. And basically, the small town, we don't even have traffic lights. We just have stop streets and speed bumps, basically, is the fact that we're surrounded by game reserves. So if I stood at the fence line in the Hoedspruit Wildlife Estate and I threw a rock, it would have to cross a tar road, and then Pridelands basically starts. And then that, of course, goes into Baluli, etc., etc. So lots and lots of activity. And the estate that I live in, there's a lot of plains game, giraffe, wildebeest, you name it, zebra, warthogs, all those creatures, and leopards we see quite frequently, hyenas every now and then. Wild dogs come through, which is awesome, and then a lot of the nocturnal creatures. Like last night, there was a genet walking around on my fence. We see bush babies all the time. So that's great, right? It's amazing. The only problem for me personally is because I have pets. Well, there's two issues here. So I have pets. I have a dog, and I used to have a cat as well. And it was very sad, but my cat was actually killed by a leopard. And my cat was inside. It wasn't even outside. And that was when I was living on a game reserve, like a Big Four game reserve. And I took every precaution possible to make sure that none of the animals kind of got eaten. But right, if they're outside, it's kind of collateral damage, and that I understand. But so having a pet taken by a wild animal is probably one of the most traumatic things I've ever experienced in my life, because I also went out and tracked a leopard and found the remains of my cat. Sorry, this is not necessarily a nice thing to talk about, but it just kind of explains how I feel, and I'll get to that in a moment. So I am all for living, uh, I suppose, in an environment with wildlife peacefully. However, it's obviously a hard thing to control when animals start encroaching like on your space. So again, we go back to human wildlife conflict, where that happens all the time. But leopards are my biggest problem at the moment, because leopards, I mean, their title is like the most elusive cats in the world, right? The different leopard species. However, in South Africa and other parts of Africa, leopards have become quite habituated with, you know, ongoing methods. And what happens in an environment like where I live at the moment, and I live on a housing estate, right? And then they've introduced wild animals. It used to be an old farm. I think it might have also been an old buffalo hunting farm. There are lots of those in this area, and they've restored nature and trying to bring some of the wild animals back at least, but it's completely fenced. And with leopards becoming so relaxed, right, and not exhibiting, let's call it normal leopard behavior, where leopards are coming right up to people's houses, looking inside their windows, or for example, the leopard constantly watching where I was living, the window that I left open, where the cat went in and out, the main door where Tucker would go in and out. Yeah, so quite hectic. So I don't enjoy that. And I think we have to be very careful about the over habituation of wildlife. The same thing goes for warthogs, which is why I have to have a fence up to keep them out, because people feed them. And once you break that barrier, they do become a nuisance. And unfortunately, people, pets end up getting hurt, and then the wild animal gets persecuted, which was really sad. Also, don't worry, nothing happened with the leopard. The leopard still roams freely in that game reserve, and she's seen quite often. So yeah, so I don't like that side of it. And honestly, I would never live in a game reserve ever again if I have pets. The other thing is, if you have small children, right, and you're sitting outside or just having a barbecue, a braai with your friends, you have to watch your back constantly. You can't become too complacent. So yeah, so I don't know how I feel about it anymore. I used to absolutely love it. I feel better living where I live now, but then again, I don't want to say problems, but there've been some incidents with leopards again in this estate, where they specialize in killing pets, because why not? So like, I wouldn't, if in Hoedspruit, I don't think your pets should be outside uh, when the sun goes down, or just before it goes down, because there's a higher risk of your pet being killed. But of course, that can also happen during the day. So it's like a tricky thing, right? It's such a difficult thing to kind of, oh, I don't even know how to explain it, but my heart and my brain constantly play a game of tug of war.
It's that time of the year filled with tricks and treats. From the creepers to the crawlies, we're scouting the creatures that keep you up at night. Hang on to your seats as we debunk the myths behind the safari's scariest. Turn out the light and lock your door. There's a spooky safari coming to your home. Come along for some hair-raising fun this Halloween with WildEarth.
Right. Beautiful big elephant with some crakes just to the right of it, making their way down to the flooded vegetation. But we've spent so much time with elephants, and of course we will continue to spend time with them. But let's pop over to Juma as another species has arrived. Is it possible to have the ambience put up a little bit? But there is a giraffe. What are you doing? Are you just watching? Are you chewing the cud? I mean, that's probably what it's doing. But like I said, it's a bit difficult for me because the stream that I look at is not particularly clear. Other thing I'm wondering if it's doing, but I can't really see it, is if it potentially has a small bone in its mouth. No. Because quite often we see that happening with some of the animals. Well, giraffe and Nyala are the two animals that I see it more regularly, where they perform something called osteophagy, and they chew on bones to get the extra calcium and phosphorus. But quite often they'll also tip their heads to the air. But I don't know. It's difficult. Like I said, I can't really see what's going on. Why are you shaking your head? Are there oxpeckers that are annoying you? Have you got something in your ear? What's the problem, giraffe? Tell us. This is a nice view, so we'll get to its head. There's plenty of oxpeckers on it. Oh, it's salivating quite a bit. Do you have something stuck in your mouth? No, there it's just chewing normally. But something's definitely bothering it. Look at that. So, I mean, it's normal for giraffe to produce saliva, right? But we often see it with giraffe bulls that are getting quite excited when they are trailing females that are in estrus. You see the spider webs coming from their mouths. You see there, look how it's licking. And yeah, I just think with that overproduction of saliva that we're seeing now, maybe it has got something stuck on it. Maybe something has stung it. That could be another option. But I don't think I've ever seen a giraffe spewing out that much saliva. And I can kind of see, it looks like there's a patch of red you see just below its nostrils on its lip. But I initially wanted to say, is that maybe blood? Or is it just, look, maybe it's got color, I don't know if it's just the coloration. Has it got an injury on its face? I'm going to open let me refresh the YouTube stream because it's much clearer. I just got to wait on the ads. Come on. I don't want to see the ads. Okay. Let me make sure my resolution is at the highest. Yeah, it's at the highest. No, it's still not great, but also because we're so far, we've zoomed in so much. It's tricky to see. Is it actually swallowing? With them eating such prickly vegetation, I mean, obviously their mouths and their tongues have adapted. Maybe there's a little bit of a thorn that's stuck in there that's broken off. so interesting to kind of see. And it keeps licking to, up towards its nostrils. But I don't think that that's the issue. I think it's got to do with something actually in its mouth. Kimberly, you've said that this is so cool. It is. It's really fascinating. Obviously, we never want animals to be in any discomfort at all, but it's inevitable, right? We all bang our toes every now and then or smash our knees on something. I walk into every bit of furniture all the time. I'm covered in bruises. Um, but it's difficult if there is something that is lodged within its mouth that doesn't obviously have the hands to be able to just pull it out, right? I can't use floss. And we've also all been in the situation where we have something stuck in our teeth, right? And you don't have a toothpick and you sit there silently, moving your tongue from side to side, desperately trying to dislodge it. So it looks like that's what the giraffe is doing. It's moving its tongue around quite a bit, but then also chewing. I'm just watching its neck now to see if it is actually regurgitating. We should see the little bolus of vegetation travel up the esophagus. There we go, leopard lover. You've just actually said that. You said it needs floss. We'll follow the giraffe for a bit and just see what it gets up to. It doesn't seem to be too bothered anymore, and let's just see if it's going to spew out any more saliva. Or maybe it was preparing for a spitting competition, who knows? I mean, obviously I'm just joking. Here you can see it's not really chewing as much anymore, so perhaps it was able to get rid of it a little bit. If anybody does see it swallow, let me know. Oh, no, did it swallow there? So when we were super zoomed into that giraffe, I literally just stared at the part where its neck and head meet, or more its jaw, and it's definitely now just regurgitating the bolus and then re-chewing it and then swallowing it again. So it must have dislodged whatever was stuck inside of its mouth. Could have been, like I said, a thorn maybe got stuck between its teeth, or perhaps it was protruding into its gums or something along those lines. But with that thick saliva that they do produce, obviously that was an excessive amount. It does help coat the mouth. And if they do swallow thorns, which is inevitable, right, when you feed on vegetation like that, hopefully it just goes down smoothly and doesn't end up getting stuck in their throats. Oh, cool. JD Tate, you said you just found this channel and it's giving you great relief from the utter lunacy of the world. Ah, welcome, welcome, welcome. I'm so glad that you found it, and that's exactly what these live shows are all about. This show is called Live at the Waterhole, but Wild Earth also streams twice a day, in early in the morning and then later in the afternoon, where there are naturalists out on safari. So driving vehicles around in a couple of different locations, looking for all sorts of wildlife. So I'm not in Djuma Private Game Reserve at the moment. These cameras are controlled remotely, and we have access to a couple of them in four different countries, sorry. So South Africa, Namibia, Kenya, and also Zimbabwe. But right now, we're in the Sabi Sand Game Reserve in South Africa watching a giraffe. Ah, and now giraffe. Oh, hang on, wait. Before we get to the giraffe, is that a blacksmith lapwing? So where the giraffe is standing, where its feet meet the ground, just down and to the left. I can't tell, or is it just sticks? Maybe it's just sticks. Oh, cool. Oh, amazing. So I'm sure that, I don't know if you can see where I'm talking about. If you see the tiny little tree in the center of the screen, but right at the bottom, blowing around, if you just go up from that, you can sort of see something that's black and white, and it's sitting quite low to the ground, which suggests that there's most likely a nest there. So maybe with that giraffe walking around the lapwing, intentionally also went to go and sit on the nest to make sure it doesn't stand on the eggs. I doubt that the giraffe is aware that there is birds nesting down there. And then, of course, birds need to also, when it gets excessively warm, they need to try and regulate the temperature of the eggs, because it can get quite hot if they're just left exposed to the sun. But there's not just a giraffe here at Djuma. The giraffe are the theme of the afternoon. Let's go back to Old Daniel, where the zebra have moved off and the giraffe have arrived. I think once again, if we can just have the ambience up, because I can't even hear anything at the moment. How many giraffe there? Oh, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 that I can see right now. Oh, what are you doing? Look at the interesting giraffe behavior. It sort of snorted. So Gwen, who's directing today from the Johannesburg studio, has said that she's never heard a giraffe make a sound before. Now that's not uncommon. Most people have never heard giraffes make a sound, and it's because they've got underdeveloped vocal cords. Okay, what is bothering you? So I have heard them make grunting sounds and snorts, but that's just, air being expelled at different speeds when they have seen a predator of some kind. The other giraffe don't seem to be too perturbed at all. And then again, it's licking its nose. We're just seeing giraffe with problems today with so licking more aggressively. So there are a lot of bees around here, and I'm wondering. So I said earlier maybe it got stung because animals get stung and bitten by animals, insects all the time. And with there not being much water around, the bees will also go and drink. I have to constantly save them from the swimming pool here. I spend my life with a pool scoop in my hand and just running around it, rescuing all of the creatures. But not recently. I suppose recently, a couple of years ago, at one of the zoos. Is it the Cincinnati Zoo? They've discovered that giraffe actually communicate by humming too, but low frequencies that we can't actually pick up. Now, Wally, you've actually said, is it those bees again? I think so. We don't see them swarming like they normally do. Well, the last couple of days, you've seen them just flying all across the front of the camera. And I think with it snorting and the way that it's using its tongue, maybe the issue is not in its mouth, but in fact closer to its nostrils. But it's made all the other giraffe a bit on the nervous side. Now the one on the right is also licking its nostrils aggressively. Oh, they do that, of course. Children would love to be able to do that. So the study that I wanted to tell you about, with the giraffe being the main subject here, is that they have recently suggested that giraffe can use statistical reasoning, which is really interesting because that is something that is normally associated with animals with large brains, and giraffe, in comparison to their size, have relatively small brains. So they did a test on it in a zoo where they put some vegetables out. The study was basically done with zucchinis and carrots to see which ones they preferred, and then the giraffe showed that they were much more happier with carrots. They preferred the carrots. So what they then did is, in containers, they put varying amounts of carrots and zucchini, and then just some with just carrots and just zucchinis. And the giraffe consistently kept going to the carrots. And then they were able to pick out which container had more carrots, and that was the one that they were going for. So I'm just going to share the numbers. So the examples that they've given me now, and I'm sure they did a number of tests consistently with a variety of giraffe to be able to get these results, is they put two containers side by side. One had 100 carrots and only 20 pieces of zucchini, and then they did it the opposite way around. Then they had 20 pieces of carrots and 100 pieces of zucchini, and they consistently kept going for the one with more carrots. Then they did 20 carrots and 100 zucchinis, and then they did 20 carrots and only 4 zucchinis. And again, they ended up going for the container with the smaller amount of vegetables in it, but had the higher yield of carrots. And then they did another one again, which isn't it fascinating? So here they did one where the numbers were quite close, where they put in one container that had 57 carrots and 63 pieces of zucchini. I mean, those numbers are really close. And they were able to tell the difference and consistently keep choosing that. So now there's going to be further studies done on other animals with relatively small brains. Again, they're going to have to do these studies in captive environments. And it might be, I doubt, I suppose it varies a little bit to being out in the wild. But I think that that's fascinating, and hopefully we're going to learn a bit more about which animals with relatively small brains also have a high functioning cognitive ability, if you will.
Are you an Africam enthusiast who craves more than just a front row seat to the wild? With Africam Premium, you get to enjoy ad-free Africam streams. Take jaw-dropping shots and participate in exciting photo competitions. Dive into the world of safari snaps. Africam Premium gives you access to exclusive content, including shows, educational courses, and behind-the-scenes footage that you won't find anywhere else. Join us today and make the wild your playground.
So the giraffe are looking a bit more comfortable now, heading over to the water. I think they're also quite intimidated by the fact that it's just a small puddle, really, and there isn't much left, because they're going to have to creep right down or that little embankment. I don't even think I can call it an embankment to be able to get in there. Come on, just go in and have a drink already. No, they're not happy. Maybe we can have a quick look at what's going on in the little water hole itself. Lots of oxpeckers splashing about in the water, but that's not really going to deter giraffe. They live with them. They live with oxpeckers all day long, and there's even lots of camera trap footage where giraffe walk past the camera traps with oxpeckers still clung, especially in between the legs of the giraffe at nighttime. I think that's really clever. But anyways, my time is up. But thank you for the last week. It's been so much fun. And the next time you'll see me is on the live safari drives at Juma. That'll be next week. But thank you again. And I'm going to send you across to Liam now. Hope you all have a lot of fun. Bye.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. And what a way to kick off the second half of Live at the Waterhole. My name is Liam Burrow. I'm the naturalist chatting away to you here, coming to you slightly remotely from my home in the town of Nelspruit in South Africa's northeast, right on the border of the Kruger National Park. But the picture in front of you, coming to you from southern Kenya, a beautiful spot called Oldonyo. And how magnificent is that? 3 giraffe, from what I can see at least, and just kind of in the background, looks like a herd of Burchell zebra also coming in to join. My goodness, that is the quintessential African scene right there. Distant peaks, those iconic umbrella thorn acacia trees, and of course, 2 of Africa's most identifiable species. It just doesn't get better than that. Love how these zebra are framed between the giraffe's legs as they come in. That is marvelous. A slightly vulnerable moment for these giraffes as they spread their front legs and kind of dip that head and neck down. So you'll notice they generally aren't in that position for very long at all. They're also a bit of a miracle of kind of circulatory physics because a giraffe operates under immense blood pressure. Its heart puts out about 2 times the pressure of a human heart, obviously to compensate for that ridiculous neck, to get blood all the way up to the brain and all the way back down again. But now you add in the forces of gravity once that head dips so low below the heart, and there is quite a formidable rush of blood down to the skull. But Mother Nature thinks of everything, and the giraffe has actually evolved a special blood sponge. So a sponge kind of in that circulatory system beneath the brain to stem the flow, slow things down while they drink, so that the giraffe doesn't get a head rush and pass out. But that only lasts for a couple of seconds, so the giraffe has a couple of gulps of lovely fresh water and then has to pop that head back up. Also in that sort of head and neck down position, if a lion or something was to come running up and jump on that giraffe's head, it would be game over. So they are very vulnerable. Good afternoon there, Mark. Nice to have you along this afternoon, and definitely diversity is the flavor of the day, and it so often is on this Live at the Waterhole show, especially with our ability to hop between various locations in different corners of Africa. We get a real sort of a cross-section of what's out there. It's pretty amazing. Zebs seem to be finishing up a little bit, but the giraffes are still a bit busy. Goodness me, the zebras in this part of the world are just so stunning. That crisp white balanced against pitch black stripes, and they are unbelievably photogenic. Yeah, pretty gusty conditions in East Africa there. Possibly the winds of change. I don't believe East Africa has had tons and tons of rain as of yet, So hopefully there's a bit of wet weather blowing in.
Wild babies, little bits of heaven sent down to earth to stumble and tumble their way into our hearts. Join us as we celebrate and find as many wild babies as we can on Safari Live. Vote for who you think is the most adorable. Prepare your hearts for a cuteness overload. WildEarth, it's in your nature.
So a very large group, by the looks of it, of fringe-eared oryx, indigenous to this part of Kenya. Aren't they amazing? A very, very close cousin of the subspecies of oryx that we get in southern Africa, the southern oryx. They look visually quite similar, perhaps a little more reddish, these guys, and with that very prominent stripe kind of horizontally down the side of the belly. So WildEarth's mission is to connect the world with nature. If you would like to help, pop onto our website and click donate. I'd also like to send out a big thank you to viewers who've already donated. Goodness me, what a scene. Sure, and a couple of zebra mixed in there as well. This is Africa. Rolo, certainly lots of diversity out here. We have some of the greatest diversity of large species on the entire planet. We are so fortunate to be out here. And I hope for anybody out there who has yet to visit Africa, you get the opportunity at some stage. It really has to be seen to be believed. I think, though, perhaps it's time to check in at Tau back in South Africa, where I believe we might have a bit of elephant activity. Superb. So a big Ellie bull down at the water's edge at Tau indeed. We'll have to keep an eye out. We noticed a rather geriatric looking warthog boar coming out of this bush to the left of the elephant yesterday afternoon. A very, very old, quite skinny looking pig, which is unusual for them. Yeah, one of the characters in the area. But wonderful views of this very large elephant bull doing a bit of mudding. So his wrinkly skin is 60% more effective than yours or mine at retaining moisture. So even though he doesn't produce sweat, with a coating of nice sort of cool water, a bit of mud in there as well, it kind of soaks into all the folds and all the wrinkles. It travels into all of his cracks and crevices. And the effect of air blowing over that, even air forced by the flapping of his ears, a highly, highly effective strategy at thermoregulation, maintaining his body temperature. They are marvelous animals. I've got a particularly soft spot for elephants. Certainly a lot of elephant droppings around in the background there. They are all of those sort of rusty red balls. It tells the story of what a sort of meeting point, a congregation point for Ellies this waterhole actually is. They do an enormous amount of destruction to the vegetation, though. You can see sort of this barren area all around the water. It's not really their fault, it's just how they behave. But not very good news if you are a tree. Cool. Well, speaking of elephants, maybe time to head to KwaMaritani, where I believe we have some more Ellies. Check it out. So we're in South Africa's Pilanesberg National Park, and only a short distance to the north of the big city Johannesburg. And now I've actually never been to Pilanesberg, so seeing it for the first time on the feed here is pretty cool for me as well. That is awesome. I don't know what these guys are up to. They're perhaps just sort of finishing up and moving away. But we shall see. Come back with a warrant. A great name, by the way. It has just gone 1 minute past 1. Local time. 1 p.m. I should say. Yeah, it looks like our ellies are just sort of slipping off into the bush there, but we'll see what happens. This Pilansberg is a really, really super area. A lot of the WildEarth directors head there for their sort of bush breaks. I've seen some incredible photographs and footage coming out of there. Great lions, unbelievable brown hyena, and of course famous for its elephants. And off they pop. Now, a number of years ago, these ellies were actually reintroduced to the Pilansberg area, but it was sort of kind of an exercise in elephant management because smaller elephants are easier to move. So when it came to bringing bulls in, uh, the biologists involved chose to introduce sort of average-sized males, fairly young males. It all seemed to go quite well, and then without warning, these elephant bulls began showing signs of hyperaggression, elevated levels of testosterone, and a devastating spin-off was that they began to attack the reserve's rhinos. Quite violently. I believe over 40 white rhino were killed, and it left these biologists sort of scratching their heads. I'm not really sure what was going on or what to do. Now, you've got to have a bit of an understanding of how elephant society operates. Female elephants are generally only interested in the very largest of bulls when it comes to mating. So these younger introduced bulls, in the absence of sort of large dominant guys, were having absolutely no success with the females, but still going into their must cycles, getting increasingly frustrated. And unfortunately, the rhinos took the brunt of all of that frustration. So some elephant experts were consulted, and the recommendation was to bring in a couple of adult male elephants from the Kruger, and that was done. They brought in, I think it was 5 or 6 immense adult males. These big bulls arrived, and of course, elephant males have an incredible system of mentorship, whereby the big bulls regulate the activities of all of the younger guys. As soon as these big bulls arrived, all of the drama, all of the trouble with the younger guys attacking rhinos, being boisterous with cars, was put to a stop. And I believe that was the end of that fairly sad story that side. No more rhinos were harmed in the process. Yeah, phenomenal stuff, and it taught us a lot of, or rather confirmed a lot of scientific theory about elephant behavior. The entire success of the male social structure hinges on the presence of large dominant bulls. In their absence, the wheels fall off completely. So I would say this chap on the left is probably the mentor to this group of young bachelors. And he is a beast. Check out the width of that skull. Easily a 6 to 7 ton male. You'll notice this big guy kind of scenting the ground as he moves. He's got a sense of smell about 4,000 times better than you or I. Many, many, many times better than the finest sniffer dogs that humans employ. So who knows what scent he's picking up there? Almost certainly the scent of a female.
Why, hello there! What's up, friends? I wanted to be the first to tell you that I'm taking a break from driving my Fortuner around the concrete jungle that is Johannesburg and actually going back on another safari. So we are heading down to Sabi, to Djuma, to spend a couple of days there with the team from WildEarth and, of course, Mr. James Henry. Join us virtually. We would love to share what we see, and I can't promise that I know everything, but luckily that's why James is there. Anyways, we'll see you there.
You can imagine the tension on the tendons that separate those two front legs, as well as the tendons that are normally quite relaxed with the giraffe in its sort of head and neck up position as he stands now. That's actually quite a relaxed position for a giraffe. Um, the effect of him popping his head and his neck down to drink is a bit like bending your finger backwards against the sort of top of your hand. So it's tension that the giraffe can manage, but far more comfortable to have that head and neck up. And we see it when giraffes do occasionally take a rest. And they lie down, folding all of their legs underneath them, a bit like a camel sits. But the majority of the time, even when they snooze, the head and the neck is up. Possibly only a couple of minutes a day will they actually hang that head kind of to the side and loop the neck sort of along their back. Again, they're very, very vulnerable in that position, so that's probably why. And they only get a couple of minutes of good sleep like that every single day. Very, very glad I'm not a giraffe. I'd be A bear with a sore head getting that little sleep. Marilyn, I'm dipping very deep into my sort of early guiding skills, giving you an age on a giraffe. If I remember correctly, it's something like 25 to 27 years of age, but I'll confirm that for you. So the Google machine tells me 20 to 27 years, and that's in captivity. So there is obviously a little bit of a difference between the lifespans you can expect for animals under sort of captive conditions, zoo conditions, and out in the wild. Obviously, in a zoo, many of their needs are met. They have relatively lower stress levels. They've got food, they've got water, nothing's trying to eat them. So you expect captive animals to live a little bit longer. They reckon in the wild they'll live about a quarter of a century, about 25 years, which is a good innings for a big herbivore, provided they don't live in an area where something like the local lions actually specialize in killing giraffes. Daniela, thanks for your question. So mucus discharge. I'm not 100% sure what mucus discharge you're referring to. If you're referring to like their saliva, they've got pretty incredible spit, and their saliva is the consistency of maple syrup. So that's probably evolved that way to kind of lubricate that mouth when they do actually feed on things like acacia trees. Obviously, you'd want beefed up protection for sort of all the soft parts in the mouth, the tongue, the lips, from those very prickly thorns. And occasionally you do see it. You'll see a giraffe drooling these incredible strands of this thick, sort of mucus-like saliva. So I hope that answers your question. Looks like a lonely wildebeest there as well. No, maybe a couple. Yeah, as the picture clears, there's actually loads of them. Big herd of blue wildebeest there. Blue wildebeest can be an incredible indicator of the health of an environment. In particular, the health of predator dynamics. If you have a density of lions kind of in excess of what would be the healthy amount, wildebeest are very, very often the first species to suffer. And they are one of the favorite prey items of a lion. So too many lions equals no wildebeest at all. That Ellie's mixed in there as well. Goodness me, what a scene. This is Africa for sure. And once again, the variety is the spice of life. Gotta love it. This is a particularly nice scene here at Jamala, Madikwe Game Reserve in South Africa's northwest. I love this undulating sort of hilly terrain with kind of woody thorn-felt savanna and just an incredible blend of iconic African animals there. Droves of giraffes seem to be coming through. A couple of ellies on the periphery. That is magic. Oh, a couple of ellies down at the water. In hot conditions like this, elephant activity around the waterholes is virtually a guarantee. It is to be expected. These savanna elephants in this part of the world are completely reliant on ample supplies of water. An adult male drinking probably at least twice a day, somewhere in the vicinity of 100 to 200 liters in a single sitting. That's the equivalent of sort of a very standard bathtub filled all the way up to the brim. That is a whole lot of water if you think that Africa's home to somewhere between 200 and 350,000 elephants. They place enormous strain on the environment. So in many ways, for the environment to remain healthy, elephants have to be able to move. It's an extremely fine balance. Historically, African elephants would have been able to move vast distances, even between countries, north, south, east, west, kind of following availability of water and vegetation and keeping their destruction to a relative minimum. But obviously, in the modern age, with highways and border fences and sort of different geopolitical problems between the various ranges, their movement is somewhat stunted. So in many ways, the populations have to be kind of scrutinized and managed, especially in the smaller private game reserves that sort of dot southern Africa's landscape. Itzy, Jordan, in our sort of final control room there, has just read me your comment. You must have been watching the scene in a slightly earlier segment when we were chatting about sort of the blood sponge beneath the giraffe's brain, kind of regulating the flow of blood down to the head when it does squat for a drink. So my understanding is yes, absolutely. If a giraffe's head and neck were down for too long, um, it would suffer blood management issues there. The sponge only has sort of limited capabilities, and ultimately it would possibly lose consciousness. We apparently see this when we tranquilize giraffes to move them. Ideally, conservationists trying to move giraffes want to give them just enough of that tranquilizer to make them sort of relaxed. They put a blindfold on their head and then walk them into a trailer. If they give the giraffe too much of the drug and it actually lies down and puts its head down, and they don't do very well at all. And they will apparently slowly sort of pass into unconsciousness and then actually die. So they really are quite fragile animals in spite of their immense size. I mean, this bull probably standing somewhere between 14 and about 16 feet tall, 5 to about 6 meters. They get absolutely enormous. But yeah, still fiddly things. Super. Well, speaking of giraffes around the water's edge, I think let's check back in at Aldonio. Apparently, we have a couple of juries down there. This has got to be one of my favourite locations here at Live at the Waterhole. I've got a big fascination with East Africa and its incredible variety of large mammals. Oh, these giraffes are just too good. This camera is sort of at the perfect distance from the water and the perfect height. Gives us like an eye level look at all the species here. And with sort of a limited horizontal range there, and we have these animals just sort of popping onto screen. You kind of never know what's going to come. Just tangles of giraffe necks. That is very, very cool. Oh, and a very large Livingstone's eland there. Luca, thanks very much for your question there. Giraffe are highly gregarious animals, so what that means is they are sociable. They do seem to like to congregate together, but there is a limit to that sort of gregarious nature. So giraffes don't technically form permanent herd structures, not like something like elephants, or even wildebeest or zebra. Giraffe congregate in large numbers because of the sort of availability of resources. If there's ample food, if there's ample water to drink, you'll see lots of them. But that varies very much from day to day. One day we could see 10 or 20 or even 30 sort of all in the same area, and the next day perhaps just one. Which is kind of advanced if you think about it. They sort of come together, do their socializing, but they're pretty happy out on their own as well. Love the markings on these eland.
It's time to tap into your owl-like wisdom and elephant-like memory. Gear up for a month of Animal Quizmania this November. Teams will pit against each other every Saturday for some good old-fashioned interactive fun on the Sunset Show. To enter, form a team of at least 2 people, fill out the form on our website, and name your team. Come along and put yourself and your challenges to the test. WildEarth, bringing the fun to the safari.
How's that for a nice frame? Goodness me. Eland just exiting off to the right there. But still this wonderful blend of some of Africa's most photogenic animals. Now this scene of giraffes actually sort of spreading their legs and cocking that head down to the water for a bit of a drink obviously occurs all the time, but it's not necessarily something we actually see in person on safaris all that regularly. Yeah, it's one of those sort of in-demand safari views, and perhaps one of the most sort of peculiar things you can actually see a giraffe doing. It definitely looks a bit unnatural, a bit uncomfortable for them. And by all means, under many circumstances, a giraffe actually live fairly independently of water. They will, of course, drink whenever water is available, but lots of reports have them going 5, 6, 7 days between trips to the waterhole quite happily. They are remarkable creatures. Landon, I wouldn't say so, no. So giraffe, especially when it comes to feeding, are in kind of their own ecological niche. Because they feed at a level above the ground, which I guess they only really share with the tallest of elephant bulls. And they actually work quite nicely in a bit of a mutualism with other plains game species like zebra and wildebeest, in the sense that they have a very, very elevated perspective on the environment. So take that in contrast to a zebra or a wildebeest, which sees the world sort of quite low to the ground, and the two species work together enormously well. A giraffe only feeding on leaves and shoots, a zebra and wildebeest feeding exclusively on grass on the ground, and both parties able to keep a very, very different lookout for things like lions, a mutual enemy. Things can get a bit testy at the waterhole between all of those species, especially when water availability is a bit limited, but they tend to work it out quite nicely. Super. Well, I think time now to check back in at Tau in South Africa's northwest. I believe there might be a bit more elephant activity. So certainly a couple of Ellie bulls just out here in the open. The chap on the left has a particularly nice spread of tusks there, and noticeably bigger and wider than the other two bulls. Again, that's largely genetic. I think an amount of it does come down to to sort of the elephant's diet. You see it in parts of East Africa. I think a mix of essential minerals and vitamins and things in the soil getting into what they eat contributes in a pretty large way to how those tusks actually develop. But the majority of sort of what's involved there is the elephant's genetic makeup. It's his genes. If the cow that gave birth to him and the bull that sired him both had that recessive large tusk trait, there's a very good chance he himself could turn into a tusker one day. Oh, another big bull coming in from the left there. Yes, big is all relative. They're all pretty massive. Sure, it looks like loads of ellies coming down here. That is awesome. Now the little group coming in from sort of the far left there looks like a breeding herd. Oh, a warthog as well. So a breeding herd would be a group of females and young, and no permanent male family members. Obviously they give birth to sons, but those males are only allowed to stay until they hit puberty. Which makes enough sense. At around 14 or 15 years of age, there's a bit of a hormonal shift. And those young males become very, very boisterous. Obviously, there's a reproductive element as well. So to prevent those young males from trying to mate with female family members, which would obviously be a bit incestuous, the adult cows start to push them away. Seems a bit harsh, but it's a great way of keeping their gene pools clean. The size difference between these cows, calves, and the bulls, it's massive. That adult female at about 3 to 4 tons, the lady with the tusks sort of pointing inwards, and these bigger bulls closer to 6, even 7 tons. Nice kudu crossing in the background as well. It's interesting though, when these ellies do come down to the water's edge, pretty much everything else seems to get out of the way. So any misconceptions that you may have about the lion being the sort of king of the proverbial jungle there, you should meet an elephant. They're the boss, there's no question. You can feel the relief as these very hot, thirsty ellies kind of make their first trip of the day down to the water. Especially for these youngsters, life is extra hard. Small bodies haven't really had the time to build up the endurance required to live in these hot, dry places. But the cows know that. They make excellent mums. So frequent trips to the water are essential. A big bull on the left there having a bit of a scent, having a bit of a sniff around the back end of that cow. If she is in estrus, in heat, there'll be elevated levels of estrogen in her urine. And again, with that sense of smell, 4 or 5,000 times better than yours or mine, he's able to pick up on those infinitesimally small sort of hormonal changes, and that'll tell him whether she's receptive or not. Mingle Mungle, it's a little bit difficult to say. It's even more challenging doing it sort of through one of these kind of dam cams. We don't really have a good judge of scale, but I reckon a nice mix there. This female, sort of to the left of the screen here, is probably mid-teens, somewhere there. Let's have another look at these guys. That is almost certainly a young bull, that other sort of smallest one in the frame. I'd put him at maybe about 10 years of age. Having a good rub. A very good way to judge with very, very small elephant babies is that if the calf can stand underneath the belly of an adult female, sort of a 4-ton mature female, that calf is under 1 year of age. But again, yeah, it all comes down to sort of your experience. And when you've looked at as many Ellies as most of the naturalists have over the years, we get good at judging. Yeah, you will never view captive elephants the same way ever again. Sure, these big lads having a proper good time today. It Concrete Jungle Man, you've hit the nail right on the head there. Certainly, standing water in this African landscape has the potential to be very, very, very dangerous for human consumption. Animals are pretty amazing things, though. Their immune systems put us to shame. They really do. Still, this water is not so bad. It is artificially pumped, as far as I know. So you find that while there is a sort of stagnant bacteria-filled component, there is also a fresh component kind of being dropped in there. Ellies are particularly fussy drinkers, so while they're sort of splashing around in the mud, playing these sort of funny games, having a good time, you'll find they won't actually be consuming the water. When it comes to drinking, they'll almost certainly walk around to another side where the water hasn't been disturbed, and then very, very skillfully siphon just the top layer off, the first inch. And the thinking is that all the sediment and all of the nasty stuff has kind of sunk down below, settled more towards the bottom. But yeah, if you ever found yourself very much stuck out in the African bush, you would be advised against squatting down and drinking from a standing waterhole. It has the potential to make you dangerously, dangerously sick. The survival advice is actually, if you are in that unfortunate circumstance, to pick up fresh elephant dung and actually squeeze the juice out of it. I don't know. I think that would be pretty nasty. It would have to be pretty bad. You'd have to be severely thirsty for that to quench your thirst. Check these boys out. A lone waterbuck is that antelope sort of crossing in the background behind the illies. So speaking of Ellies, I think let's cross over to Jamala, also in Madikwe, to have a look at a bit of Ellie activity that side as well. Wonderful. So elephants all around today. Yeah, a bit more of a sleepy scene at Jamala, but a wonderful perspective from sort of on high. Yeah, another very big bull on the left. Looks like a younger bull in the middle there. and then a cow and calf on the far right. It would appear these Madikwe elephants have been very prolific in recent years. They've had a couple of good cycles, all looking very happy and healthy in spite of quite dry conditions. Quite a bit of movement here, and this is one of the big reasons that these cow and calf type breeding herd groups try and avoid the waterholes when they can, especially in the presence of big bulls. Now, the bulls can be very boisterous, and they're not nearly as baby orientated as the females, and quite easily one of those little calves could be caught underfoot. But yeah, I guess in the same breath, the drive to quench those thirsts, and they are large thirsts, will push them in, even in spite of the presence of large, boisterous males. Jordan, in our final control office, kind of on with me today, has just commented on the two different feeds from Madikwe having such vastly different colored elephants, and that's a great observation. Yeah, she quite rightly pointed out it's due to the different soils around these waterholes. So the elephants, wherever you go, kind of take on the color of the landscape. Ellies that I've always wanted to see in person are elephants from parts of northern Kenya, which become like orange to red in color from the dust in the soil over there, and the presence of sort of oxidizing iron, rusting iron molecules. But yeah, these guys are almost whitish. They're like the elephants from Etosha in Namibia. White ellies. Of course, with a good shower of rainfall, that washes off completely. All the ellies underneath are the same color, but they're often coated in whatever landscape they live in. Such a peaceful scene watching these ellies drink. It has been said that elephants command the same silence on a safari, usually reserved for great fires, mountain peaks, and the sea. I think that's quite apt. Yeah, they give me the same sort of completely captivated feeling that I get staring into a campfire, sort of sat on the beach looking at the ocean, or indeed in the presence of towering mountain peaks. There's like a tremendous presence to them, a power.
This Spooktober is all about scales. In honor of Reptile Awareness Day, WildEarth is hosting a fireside chat with James Henry and reptile expert Chris Cook.
You are at risk of being bitten by.
Come along as we talk all things reptiles and learn more about the scaly soldiers of the safari. Don't miss out. Watch it live on your nearest device. WildEarth. It's in your nature.
Another one of the very happy realities of sort of spending time with a herd of elephants is that they don't really stop moving. As impressive as things like the predators, things like lion and leopard are, the vast majority of their time is spent flat, fast asleep, especially through the daylight hours. Something like an elephant is on its feet for 18 to 20 hours a day, constantly moving, constantly doing stuff, interacting with family, feeding, drinking, bathing, splashing. They are an endless source of excitement. I love the Ellies. And I think a passion for elephants is serving us quite well today. We are inundated, but that is a champagne problem. Very, very happy to have elephants on almost all feeds. And a very nice plain zebra has arrived as well to mix in a bit of variety here in Jamala. Notice the contrast in the markings between these guys and the very similar Burchell zebra that we see up at Old Donyo in East Africa. The zebra here at Jamala have that shadow stripe, so kind of splitting through the middle of the broader white stripes on their bodies. Not always, but the majority of the time is a bit of a sort of a dusting of like brown to reddish pigment. On the zebra in East Africa, it's very, very simple, plain black, plain white. No question as to who's in charge at this waterhole, though. Ellies take first place. Thankfully, there's more than enough water to go around. So when these elephants do move off or do open up a bit of a gap, the zebra will have their chance. Shame, thirsty beasts, they are keen to get in there. Check this cheeky young elephant out, full of attitude. I'd say almost definitely a young male. So his testosterone has come in, he's feeling very boisterous. And yeah, the ultimate target is all the other animals that are smaller than him. The waterhole is an awesome place to flex his muscles. Talk about a case of short man syndrome. And we see it dealing in close proximity with Ellies. It's a bit dangerous, perhaps, to generalize, but in many, many cases, the biggest of the bulls with the biggest of tusks are the most laid back. It's the younger, smaller guys that seem to have something to prove. I think these zebra are unfortunately going to have to play the long game or try and go in for a drink on the opposite side. Thankfully, nothing at these water holes lasts for too long, and these Ellies won't be here forever. And the zebs know that. The first little parade of cows and calves look like they're kind of moving off there to the left. I'm sure patience is going to pay off for these very, very thirsty zebra. Interesting how they don't all arrive together in this environment, which is quite open and with lack of cover. It pays to have them all sort of watching each other's backs, keeping an eye out for danger. Once again, these waterholes are a perfect place, perhaps in one of those shady spots at the back, for something like a pride of lions to be sat in ambush. If those predators sit still, things like zebra will wander right up to them. There we go. Bit more of a gap. This big bulldozer taking his sweet time. As things in these environments dry out more and more towards this kind of time of year, at the height of the dry season, herds of elephants and these bachelor groups have got to walk greater and greater distances between water and sources of ample food every single day. So they do seem to relish these trips to the waterholes. They're not in any great hurry to get going again. But I think that time has finally come. And the lifting of that front foot for that male elephant shows a moment of indecision. He's not 100% sure what he should be doing. Sort of the human equivalent of scratching your head and stopping for a moment to think. Time to go. Alrighty, well, while we let these zebra kind of take their chance to come down and have a bit of a drink, let's perhaps check in at Tau and see what's happening there. Haha, surprise, surprise. Now this is an elephant pool party. Check that out. Wonderful to see a mixed group of enormous bulls as well as cows and a couple of very, very small youngsters sharing the space available and just going absolutely mad in the water. You can feel the relief and the enjoyment. Those youngsters sort of more to the left there, almost completely submerged, having the time of their lives. Back just like human children, play forms a very, very important part of their development. Helps to get them fit, keep them healthy, improve skills of coordination, and of course, social skills, which are probably some of the most critical of all, especially for something like an elephant. Doesn't exactly look graceful, but elephants in very deep water are surprisingly agile. They're actually completely at home in water that is sort of much deeper than they are tall, which is a bit bizarre.
It's that time of the year filled with tricks and treats. From the creepers to the crawlies, we're scouting the creatures that keep you up at night. Hang on to your seats as we debunk the myths behind the safari's scariest. Turn out the light and lock your door. There's a spooky safari coming to your home. Come along for some hair-raising fun this Halloween with WildEarth.
That bull that is just exiting the frame from the far right there, giving that calf a couple of little shoves. Yeah, the big guys take the lion's share when it comes to bath time. That has been so cool this afternoon. Oh, and there's our African spoonbill, the white, slightly peculiar looking flamingo type bird off on the left there. That spoon-shaped bill, as his name suggests, perfectly adapted to help him pull small crustaceans, shellfish, fish, frogs, and little organisms up out of the mud. One of my favorite birds. That's a nice one to see. Another immense bull coming in from the left there. Very, very big. And just as quickly as they arrived, they're on their way out. Again, the desire to fill their bellies with high quality vegetation occupies much of their time. It takes an enormous amount of fuel to keep an elephant alive. A task which is even harder at this time of year when many of the trees have shed their leaves, have pulled their vitamins, their minerals, all of the sugars that are available up into their limbs and even sort of hidden down below terra firma in their roots. So Eddies have a real task in the dry season at finding enough to sustain themselves. Cool. Well, with no further ado, I think let's check in at another location. Let's have a look at Comfort's Dam, see what's happening in our flamingo colony. So down here at Comfort's Dam in South Africa's Kimberley region, a region famous for its diamonds. We have something of a birding gem. It's a very, very active colony of lesser flamingos. A couple of greater flamingos mixed in there, knob-billed coots. Makes this a really unique scene. It's quite a special spot, this Comfort's Dam. The surrounding 380 hectares of wetland are a conservation zone. And yeah, my understanding is that has been an initiative by one of the large mining groups in this area, in conjunction with a couple of very, very expert ornithologists, bird experts, to utilize the sort of prime conditions here to make a bit of a sanctuary for these very threatened flamingos. It hasn't existed for very, very long. It was only put in place in about 2006. But the success of this kind of artificial breeding colony has just boomed from there. Yeah, the first birds arrived in 2006, if I'm not mistaken. Quite a meager number, a couple of thousand. But in 2007, the following year, something like 20,000 birds returned. And in that year, 2007, they produced an unbelievable 9,000 chicks at this location. Yeah, and that single sort of breeding event reversed the negative population trends of these lesser flamingos in Africa. That is an excellent conservation success. Apologies for the sort of shuddering of the picture there. I think the wind has just kind of caught the camera, but hopefully it won't last for too long. Some feather fluttering stuff for these flamingos. They really are fascinating birds, these flamingos. Incredible that such large colonies of them can be sustained on blue-green algae and diatoms alone. That's sort of the plant life that's occurring in these very sodic pans. Unfortunately, many of these sodic sites are in quite large demand for the mining of soda ash. It's something that Lake Natron in Arusha in Tanzania, and subsequently the penguin, or rather flamingo colonies that live up there, are actually facing as well. So these protected areas like Comfers Dam really are a pivotal piece in kind of the survival strategy of these flamingos. And they're able to fly vast distances. So if they can't settle at Lake Natron in Tanzania, they just won't breed up there that year. They'll come and breed down here. Yeah, incredible to think of these pink birds with their long necks and long skinny legs flying all of those vast distances. It's pretty bizarre. I saw my very first flamingos as a young child running along the beach in a very remote part of northern Mozambique. So there is an enormous kind of movement to these flamingos between appropriate sources of food and places that they can breed. You can find them pretty much all over the place in Africa, or at least see them moving across lots of different places in Africa. Quite bizarrely, a number of months ago, a single greater flamingo was seen for an entire day on the S100, a bushveld road, miles from any water in the Kruger National Park. Really bizarre. You've got to ask yourself what happened to that guy. How did that happen? I don't know. He was possibly caught up in a storm front or something like that. Got very disorientated and just landed on the road to try and figure things out for a day. He disappeared, so I presume he got back on track. Yeah, we are just kind of coming into the flamingo breeding season now, or the height of the breeding season. So hopefully more towards perhaps December, January, February, there somewhere. This Comfers Dam will be a hive of activity with perhaps a couple of thousand new flamingo chicks to feed. So it'll be interesting to keep an eye on that a bit long term. Superb. Well, as we leave these slightly windswept looking flamingos to their blue green algae lunch, I think time now to check back in with our feed coming from Old Donyo in Kenya to see what's happening there. Superb. So, another very, very handsome looking East African giraffe getting all the way into the water here at Old Donyo. She's also not alone. It looks like a couple of other giraffe around as well. Now, this location is tip top on my list of places to go and have a visit. After recently viewing the enormous elephant bull Ezulwini, quite a prominent tusker in the greater Kruger region of South Africa with WildEarth at Pridelands, and subsequently posting footage of that big bull to my Instagram feed. I was actually in touch with somebody at Old Donyo who said that if you've got a passion for big elephants, it has got to be one of the best places in the world to come and have a bit of a visit. So it's on my list. Yeah, apparently the bulls in this region are something to behold, and of course all of the other species that come along with them as well. These incredible giraffe, all the variety of antelope species that we don't get in southern Africa. Yeah, a bucket list trip for sure. Oh, there's another big giraffe bull. So apologies for that. I think our picture at Old Donyo froze a little bit there. Technical difficulties out in very remote regions in Africa come with the territory. Thankfully, back here in Jamala, we've still got a couple of elephant bulls holding down the fort, so to speak. And big boys they are. You don't really have or get a good idea of scale But these bulls are pretty massive, probably in excess of 6 tons, standing 3.5 or 4 meters at the shoulder. Big beasts, but in many ways gentle giants in spite of their size. With a bit of a head shake there, these boys seem to be heading off. The topography of this landscape really is something just amazing. Quite scrubby landscape, but the presence of immense herbivores like elephants and giraffe and the plains game species against the backdrop of these spectacular crests and hills. It is a paradise. Yeah, it looks like one sort of medium-sized elephant bull left behind here. It's interesting though, with a lot of elephant communication at levels much below the sort of frequency that can be picked up by human ears, with elephants able to utilize those low frequency waves that they do produce to communicate over possibly vast distances in excess of 30 kilometers at a time. They don't necessarily have to see each other to be in comms, to be in touch. So with the bachelor bulls especially, they're quite happy to spread out over a couple of kilometers, still happily chatting away. Looks like meager pickings, whatever he's feasting on there. Possibly roots or twigs or something like that. Not quite the lush stuff that they're used to in the wet season. But nature is constantly testing its inhabitants, its residents, and ultimately producing the result of Darwin's theory of survival of the fittest every dry season. The individuals with ingenuity, with creativity, and with a bit of resolve are the ones that'll make it through the harshest of times. And ultimately, those are the ones you want surviving and reproducing to produce future generations. This chap tucking into the canopy of what looks like a sickle bush, a pretty thorny, prickly bush, but something that's absolutely jam-packed full of nutrients, even though it doesn't have any leaves to speak of, not that we can see anyway. The bark and the twigs are particularly nutritious, full of nitrogen. If you're sat with a herd of elephants that's feeding on this Dicrostachys and the sicklebush plant, it actually smells a bit like petrichor, the smell of rain falling on dry earth. And I think that's coming from that nitrogen that's being released from the plant fibers. So yeah, where there is a will, there will always be a way. And these Ellies, driven by a phenomenal sense of smell, know exactly where to find the good stuff, even if visually it doesn't appear to be the most tasty stuff. They're making their decisions with that trunk, not their eyes.
Are you an Africam enthusiast who craves more than just a front row seat to the wild? With Africam Premium, you get to enjoy ad-free Africam streams. Take jaw-dropping shots and participate in exciting photo competitions. Dive into the world of safari snaps. Africam Premium gives you access to exclusive content, including shows, educational courses, and behind-the-scenes footage that you won't find anywhere else. Join us today and make the wild your playground.
So this little group of elephants, just hunkering down in the the little shade that is available under that what looks like a leadwood tree. Thankfully, the large bodies of the adult herd members cast a wonderful shadow for the youngsters, who will often seize the opportunity and take a bit of a nap flat on the ground behind a fortress of safe legs. Yeah, let's have a little bit of a scan around to see what else is happening. Life is particularly challenging at this time of year for the breeding herds. Yeah, put yourself in the shoes of one of these large adult females, in particular with a little milk dependent calf in tow. She not only has the responsibility to consume enough food and drink enough water to sustain her own body, but she's also got to produce vast amounts of nutrient rich, high quality milk to sustain a little youngster as well. Many of the females are also in an almost permanent state of pregnancy, so they really do have their work cut out for them to take on enough nutrients for the development of that unborn fetus. It is a very, very tough life. And thankfully, elephants are very resourceful, and we obviously know they have phenomenal ability to cover ground, to walk in search of what they need. But truth be told, there are some years in Africa where we encounter drought, and in those times, many, many, many young elephants will die. We're not in a drought period at the moment. This is kind of a natural scene at the moment. This is what a dry season in Africa looks like and feels like. This too shall pass, and the rain will be along shortly. Yeah, I think there is some pretty serious resting going on for this little breeding herd. Again, much of an elephant's time is occupied by the collection of food, 80% of their time. So they don't do a whole lot of sleeping, especially as adults. Possibly as little as an hour to 2 hours a day, broken into little power naps, much of which can be achieved on their feet. But it is a bit of a fallacy that elephants never lie down. Under the right conditions and for short amounts of time, they will lie down flat on their side and have a bit of quality sleep. A lesson that I learned as a much younger field guide, a much younger naturalist, with a group of guests on my Land Rover. We were sat right next to an immense musk bull, a huge male elephant, and I rambled off some information which had been sort of imparted onto me, that elephants don't lie down. They only really sleep standing up, especially as big individuals. And almost right on cue, this immense male lay down flat on his side, closed his eyes, and started sleeping. So made me feel like a bit of an idiot for sure. But that's how we learn. So even the very biggest of ellies will sleep from time to time. And not everything you read in a textbook is the truth. Stacey, that's a great question, and I think certainly they could be. Um, if I could live as an animal other than a human being, for one day, it would certainly be an elephant. I think there are sort of channels to their consciousness that the science that we have at the moment just isn't able to reveal to us. Things that they've got sensors for, sort of the arrival of rain, earthquakes, tsunamis. There's lots of evidence to suggest that elephants know about it a whole lot longer, a whole lot earlier than we as humans do, even with technology. And certainly there are sectors of the elephant's brain, in particular sectors that we believe are responsible for sort of emotional intelligence and depth in those sort of areas that we as humans don't even have. So yeah, it'll be amazing to see as science develops in sort of the next century, long after we're all very much dead and gone, what the human race will know about elephants. Yeah, I think we're gonna learn a whole lot more about them. It's interesting. Elephant language in Africa has been studied for about 60 or 70 years. We still know virtually nothing about what's actually going on there. A secret language.
Wild babies, little bits of heaven sent down to earth to stumble and tumble their way into our hearts. Join us as we celebrate and find as many wild babies as we can on Safari Live. Vote for who you think is the most adorable. Prepare your hearts for a cuteness overload. WildEarth, it's in your nature.
And this is such a nice breeding herd. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 12 or 13 ellies. For this part of the world, that is a nice big family. Again, led by the enormous female off on the left. Without a doubt, the matriarch. And right on cue, leading the family off. That's her role. Always amazes me how quickly these guys just disappear. They're obviously the largest animal on land. These immense sentient beings, larger than life when they're in front of you, and then they just vanish off behind a kind of a thin layer of vegetation. I guess it's all part of the magic of them, the mystery and the wonder. Cool. Well, speaking of elephants and other locations, let's check out Tembe in KwaZulu-Natal. So check it out. I wasn't actually even aware we had a camera here in Tembe, so that's pretty awesome. Tembe is a location famous for very, very, very special elephants. In particular, some of the largest bulls in the entire world, rivaling even the Kruger's big tusked bulls for size and longevity. Yeah, it's unfortunately a place I've never ever visited, but certainly one high up on my list. Looks like quite a bit of bird life in the background there. A couple of woolly necked storks. But yeah, our ellies at all locations seem to be keen to be in other places. That's all good. Super. Well, that was certainly worth a look, but I think let's head back to Jamala. Now, these eddies don't look so eager to disappear, but those may be words I regret in the next 2 minutes. Yeah, just slowly heading up into that sort of acacia woodland. It's incredible to see the level of destruction as these ellies kind of congregate in slightly unnatural numbers around the periphery of these waterholes. It's especially apparent at this time of the year. There just isn't much vegetation left on the ground at all. So for grazing animal species, things like the zebra and the wildebeest, big herds of buffalo, etc., they won't find much to eat at all around these waterholes. They're coming here only to drink, and then they've got to walk pretty vast distances back to areas of appropriate grazing. So in about 60 seconds, we're going to be closing the show for this afternoon. But as always, we'll be back tomorrow morning with another sort of installation of Live at the Waterhole. So yeah, we hope you're along for the ride there. From myself, Ian Burrow, Jordan Miller, the director behind the scenes, and of course all of the other people in the other various Wild Earth departments, thank you very, very much. We hope you enjoyed, and we hope to chat to you again sometime soon. So wherever you are, have a lovely day, stay safe. Hope there's a bit of wildlife in your future, and we'll chat to you soon.
This program features live coverage of an African safari and may include animal kills and carcasses. Viewer discretion is advised.